Hello, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. God, I love the music in this game. Always great to listen to. Well, I finally managed to get online a little bit earlier than Raid. I hope you're having a great day, morning, evening, wherever you are. And if you're in a country that does celebrate Christmas, that your Christmas or other, holiday events are going smoothly so far or are prepared well. I know I still have some stuff to do, some last minute shopping, but also, well, mainly stuff for the actual, dinner and things like that. Baking a little bit, smaller things here and there. And then always also putting up the Christmas tree, which is interesting because in a lot of traditions, I think, or rather not necessarily in a lot of traditions, but a lot of people tend to put up Christmas trees fairly early on nowadays, whereas the actual tradition kind of is to only put it up on Christmas Eve, more or less, which is always kind of how my family does it. We're putting it up like one or two days early, because that works out better with, work and other related stuff. But yeah, for the most part, we've always waited until Christmas is actually here to put up the tree, because, well, at least the Christian tradition is that the December is the month of waiting, right? So you're waiting, and then the actual Christmas starts on the 24th, right? And the sort of whole Christmas period goes much longer than just 2 days, obviously. Which is funny when you think about it, but I mean, that's where I differentiate between tradition and what's sort of religious or church related, right? Because I'm not religious at all, but I do like traditions a lot. And so I like to celebrate Christmas for various reasons. But yeah, anyways, still some stuff to do there, and some stuff to do still here in the game, because I haven't done the Christmas event so far. Let me check one thing real quick. All right, there we go. So, what's the plan for today? Well, I do want to do the Christmas event first, obviously, because that's, well, I wouldn't do it, and it's always fun. I honestly, it's cool that it always snows for the Christmas event in the cities, and also in the living districts, housing districts. Unfortunately, at least here in sort of the middle of Europe, it only really gets cold in January and February, so it's weird to see snow end in-game on the 31st, usually, right? Because that's when they swap over from the Christmas event to the New Year's event, and then it stops snowing, which is a bit unfortunate. I wish that would either overlap, right? That at least for New Year's, they kept the snow, something like that. It's not a big deal, obviously, but it just looks so beautiful to see the snow, especially in the housing districts. And when a lot of people do decorate their houses for Christmas, and so it's just, the atmosphere is really awesome, and I wish they would do a little bit more in that regard. That being said, in general, I always like it when games do that. And especially in MMOs, it would be pretty cool to have actual seasons in the game, but I realize that that's a lot to ask for. I mean, that's why typically in games you'll see the, instead of seasons, you'll see them doing different biomes, right? So we got the desert here, we got, forests, we got snowy mountains, so it's all there, but it doesn't change. Right, it always stays the same. There aren't any seasons in the game. I don't know. It's a small detail, but I always hugely appreciate when games do something to that regard and actually acknowledge that and try to, you know, make it more realistic in certain ways. Hey, I sold something. I need to remember to craft a couple new housing items to sell. I don't know if I still have some. I don't... No, I don't. Never mind. I thought I still had some in my FC chest, but I don't. I already put them up on the market board. I do still have some stuff in my inventory that I want to sell, but I also want to craft a couple of housing items to sell as well. At some point, I do want to get more into markets again and into crafting for making gil. It's not really a top priority for me. I would like to, but no. Right. Was there something else I wanted to check out? Well, not that. Yeah, probably should continue with that. Also, let me actually put on my winter/Christmas outfit, since I did design one, or well, glamour one, put one onto my glamour plates. Wanted to utilize it. I thought about maybe changing it a little bit, but now that I look at it, it's really, really well done, I think, personally. I like it a lot. And well, I had a couple cheeky looks at the market board, right, to potentially change out the hat. Not because I don't like it, but because it's, well, one of the few actual winter hats in the game. So a lot of people tend to use it. There are a couple other ones that look a little bit more Christmassy. This is obviously more of a winter, like a general winter outfit, I think. It's not specifically Christmas themed so much. Although I did kind of, well, I did decide on this book as a summoner because I thought it looked a little bit like a Christmas light of sorts. But yeah, I had a look at a couple of other hats. There was one that I considered buying, but it was 500k gil. Not that that's, you know, it's not that much, but then I thought about it, and kind of the cool thing here is that I like how the colors sort of match. They're not a perfect match. That's really, really difficult to do in game for a lot of stuff, but the gloves and the shirt or sweatshirt or whatever it is under the jacket and the hat kind of match in color, right? As I said, it's not perfect, but then again, it, you know, I think it works fairly well. So I am going to keep it. The reason for the stream title as well is because we're obviously raiding later today. We're still doing Dragonsong's Reprise, trying to get a couple more totems. And, well, we decided on a Christmas theme for today. As I said, it's not perfectly Christmassy, but then again, well, first of all, I think that's kind of difficult to do as an Ellison, and then a lot of the Christmas outfits, sadly, are locked behind the mock station. There are a couple ones that are available in-game, but they're either incredibly expensive gil-wise, or they don't work very well. There's like one standard Christmas outfit that everybody's running around with, and it looks honestly pretty sexy on female characters. Not so much on male Ellison, though. It kind of looks a bit dorky. And, well, the main thing that I don't like about that standard Christmas outfit is that the red color it has isn't that great. It looks a little bit murky, right? Almost dirty. But if you recolor it to a different red, then it also changes the white fluff that it has, right? It's got this, well, your typical Santa outfit, right? It's red and then has these white fluffy things on its edges, right? And those are colored too, which is very unfortunate because that means if you color it like a deeper or more, you know, good-looking red, then the white tends to become either pink or sort of an awkward, very bright red, or something like that, right? It just doesn't look that great anymore, which is unfortunate, but oh well. Right, so before I forget, let me get to my FC house real quick. One thing that I did do over the weekend and at the start of this week is that I started crafting, or rather I finished crafting, not started, I finished crafting more airship parts for my FC. By the way, I still have to, don't look too much, I still have to redecorate the FC house at some point. But yeah, I did craft a couple more airship parts. The problem is, and what I didn't realize, is that airships seem to be fairly limited in what they can be equipped with. So I wasn't actually able to put all 4 airship parts on one airship, which was somewhat unfortunate. So now I have these left over, like these 2 and these 2. So I'll somehow have to get the other rank 1 components on my second airship. I have to get them somehow. So hopefully these 2 I can put onto my first airship, then take the 2 things that I now get for my first airship, put them on the second one, so that the third one can recreate it with all the rank 1 stuff. Let's see if that works. It's a little bit of an awkward thing here, a little bit of an awkward way of doing it, but I don't know. I also had a look at the loot tables for the airships. I don't know why they never decided to change the airships. It's very strange to me that submarines are the main focus now and airships don't do anything. I mean, maybe they'll come back to it, but I don't think so. Hey, finally, some more synthetic resin. 1 second, let me bring up I had the loot table somewhere. I need far more synthetic resin still. Synthetic resin and etherochemical fiber to unlock a couple more. Crafting recipes for my FC. Let me see here. So it's strange to me that these don't come from the later sectors. They're sort of in between. Synthetic resin comes from sector 13 and etherochemical fiber from 14 and 15. And that's, I don't know, it's strange to me. Hey, a dinosaur fossil. What does that do? Some cold sand. Well, I need to finalize anyway, because I wanted to change out the components. Let me see. Change components. So as you can see, right, the capacity says 44 out of 61. And if I were to try and put 4 of these, because these have 21 components, these have 11. 20, so 10 more. That doesn't even fit, right? Is there a way to increase the capacity? That's very strange and not something that I expected, honestly, that this would be a problem. Let's see, so technically I would like to change this one, right? Because it has minus retrieval, but it increases speed, whereas this one would increase the range. Although technically range is better, right? Yeah, something like this. But now I can't change this. That is very unfortunate. I need to look at that again. I mean, the weird part is, as you can see, this is rank 35, right? So there are 2 more, like 2 better ones. Rank 45 and then rank 50. But if you can only equip one of those, something about that doesn't seem right, honestly. Isn't that very, very strange? That it would be so different? Well, I think I have to see what I can do when the other one comes back. I might actually need to craft some in-between stuff here, which would be pretty unfortunate. Ah, well. It is what it is, I guess. I definitely can't exchange this, which is very unfortunate because, as you can see, the capacity is not maxed, but it would be 3 over. And I don't think there is a way to increase that. Oh well. Do I want to paint it? Can I paint it? Oh, I still have some... Well, I have gray dye as well. This is dyed black. I think they always look better in black. Also fits my FC, to be fair, because my logo is black. Well, anyways, so I would have to go to Sector 19 in order to unlock Sector 20. But, as I said, I want to get the synthetic resin. Oh, wait a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Why am I missing 14? Did I never unlock that? Oh, it's because it's unlocked in Sector 11. Man, this is all very, very weird. Let me see. So can I go to 13, 11, and 15? That does work. And 19. Well, that's perfect then. That's exactly what I need, because I need the loot from 13 and 15, and I... Does it actually matter in what kind of... Like, what if I select 11 first? So 11... I think it doesn't matter, right? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Alright. But yeah, this is perfect. I need the loot from 13 and 15, and I need 11 to unlock 14, and I need 19 to unlock 20. Wait, no. Now it says 2 days, 23 hours, 7 minutes. What did I do previously? Yeah, now it's longer. So it does matter. That is interesting. It takes into account how far away from each other they are. Or rather, not how far away from each other they are, but, you know, if you go back and forth, then it actually takes longer. That's very interesting. I never noticed that before. But anyways, this is pretty perfect, honestly. As I mentioned, though, airships are a very, very strange thing to me because, I mean, as somebody who's never had an FC with airships and submarines before, I do want to get everything there is to get from the airships regardless. But, yeah. I just find it very unfortunate that it seems like there is no real use case for them anymore. So you can have 4 airships and 4 submarines, essentially. And once you have 4 submarines, there's no reason to ever send out an airship again. And I don't like that. I wish that would be different. It's very, very weird to me how that works. That being said, I mean, maybe since people aren't really sending out airships anymore, maybe there's like a niche market for something that you can get from airships that people are just not selling anymore. I don't think so, though. Okay, and then this came back as well. Gold, some Vivianite. Vivianite and Ferberite is great because I used some to craft, and then the Crimson Coral. I'm constantly getting more ranks, but for some reason I'm never unlocking new stuff here. It's another one of those weird... Let's maybe double check that as well. Subaquatic voyages. So I got Ivory Shores, Deep Seaside, Lightless Basin, Southern Trench, Umbrella Narrow, Fender's Rod. See, I'm missing something here. Neolith Island, unlocked via Deep Seaside 3. Which I also don't have. Oh. Which is unlocked in Deep Seaside 1. Interesting. Well, the problem is, do I want to go there? Because I also want to level this thing up. Oh, but then again... Alright, Deep Seaside 3 is unlocked in Deep Seaside 1, so I need to go there. Let's see... Southern Remiella Trench, Lightless Basin, Umbrella Narrow, Fender's Rod. Neolith Island I don't have because I don't have the Deep Seaside 3. That's why I'm missing so much, because that's the one that I never uncovered apparently. The Mystic Basin and Deep Seaside 4. Funnily enough, I have that one. Central Trench, I don't have. Oh, alright. So I need something in Deep Seaside 3 to then unlock the Central Trench. Well, that now explains why I never unlocked anything else. If I was missing that first part, Central Trench. Because I was just sending it on the latest stuff that I had discovered and was never able to find new things and was kind of confused why it didn't work. That kind of explains it. I never looked at this stuff before, but it seems like you have to. Unfortunately, the game is very stingy with information here, which, I mean, is always kind of a debate, right? On the one hand, you want to have it somewhat mysterious and people, you know, should figure it out. But then on the other hand, it's a bit bad if the game literally gives you nothing at all, right? I think that it can be mysterious and it can be difficult to unlock. That's fine. But the game should at least, you know, have some clue. I mean, it can be a very hard to uncover one, but, you know. Well. Does the Concealed Bay actually unlock anything? Doesn't look like it does. Well, that certainly explains why I haven't unlocked anything else. Fender's Rod, I think this was Mystic Basin, Deep Seaside 4. The hell is this Concealed Bay anyways? The Mystic Basin unlocks that. Alright, well, as long as I don't have Deep Seaside 3, seems like I can't really do anything else, because I'm missing the other stuff that would unlock new things. Yeah. Interesting, interesting. And I was completely confused why I just didn't get any new stuff. Ah, well. At least that explains it. Deep Seaside. Okay, so I need Deep Seaside 3. But at least I'll go to Deep Seaside 1, and then the rest of the stuff can just be as much experience as possible, I guess. Perfect. That is actually perfect. I always wonder why it takes so long for the cutscene to be skipped. Dinosaur fossil. Ah, so that's where you get that from. Huh. Wonder what these are worth. They look pretty cool, but sadly gardens are fairly limited in the amount of furnishing that you can put out. So using 3 furnishings just to put up a giant T-Rex in your garden is, well, not necessarily what you want to do. All right, let me put the, let's see, this is what I still want to craft. So let's just put that here. I also have that still. No idea what that does. And then we'll go and put the synthetic resin in here. 6 and 3 etherochemical fiber. I feel like I'm still missing some other stuff there. Let me put these down. So that's the rank 15 one. That's a hull. And then we have the rank 35. So I need the other 2 components that are still on the other airship. I can put this one, but I can't put that one. I think. That's gonna be weird. We'll see, maybe I can manage somehow. Alright, rest is fine. Should be here, I'm pretty sure, yes. So that, and everything else in here is for sale. Inventory is kind of flowing over. I don't like that. Oh well. Hopefully that's everything done that I wanted to do. So let's go do the Christmas event. There is apparently a very, very cool mound waiting for us. But yeah, as you can see, I mean, I don't know. Something about the snow in cities with the winter, or rather Christmas decorations, is just very, very beautiful. And obviously it's fine that the Christmas decorations vanish on New Year's, but I just wish that the snow would stay, man. Let's take a look at my squadron. Hopefully their mission has actually been a success. Of course it wasn't. Oh, whoops, that's the wrong menu. I want to go with this one. No, this one. At some point I will remember the name for the ration manual. I always have to look that up again. Can never remember which one it actually was. All right. And one other thing is that I tend to like doing the events once the first wave of players has gone through them already. Has the big advantage of not having like a billion players hanging around the event quest, right? Depends on the event. Some of them are better done with a lot of people. The summer event, for example, at certain points can be pretty chaotic, ridiculously cool when there's a lot of people around, but a more, let's say, you know, festive, calmer event like this one does benefit from not having a billion people around the place. Trying to remember what last year's event was. At some point it gets difficult to discern which ones happened during which year, right? If you've already been through a couple ones. This is my... Which one is this? Wait, I started in early 2017, so technically it would be 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. My 6th Christmas event in 14, yeah. Interesting, right? Because I don't really remember. Well, the event that I probably remember the most is the one where I had to sing at the very end. I think that was also the most creative one, I would say. There was one where you got the bear that can throw presents as a mount. That was also very fun. Well, one year we had the snowman as a mount, but I don't remember the quests that were associated with that. Because the year we got the Christmas Carol singing, where it actually had a mini game. We had to hit notes, kind of like Guitar Hero style a little bit. Well, it was obviously a very different UI, but it was very fun. We got an outfit. So those were 3 events. Yeah, I don't think that I remember all of them. Anyways, let's see what this year brings. I have seen the rewards. I have no clue what the quest is going to be about. Reindeer fame. All right. How good is it to see you again, dear adventurer? You haven't forgotten me since last we met, I hope. It's me, I'm Garanji. By the way, she's a Mikote, right? Shouldn't her name be something... letter, apostrophe? Never thought about that before. Man, the Christmas outfit looks so much better on female characters compared to male. Although then again, I think it specifically just looks bad on Ellison. Most of the races. I've seen a Rogadin, I think, wearing it. That actually looks like Santa. And may I say you've come at a most opportune moment, as always. You see, we are planning some truly extraordinary festivities this year, but are presently short-handed. Also nothing new to me. Oh, hello. It's no good, Selbrand. We will require the aid of an adventurer after all. How good that I'm just standing here. I also like how they repurposed the mount, like the snowman mount, as a decoration in the background. Very, very cool. Oh, dare I say he is an adventurer, and you've already made the arrangements. Well, we were going to get to it, I guess. Allow me to introduce Associate Professor Lawrenson of the Studium in Shadian. His are the festivities for which I'm hoping to secure your assistance. Lawrenson, Faculty of Folklore, delighted, I'm sure. What does he have in his hair? Is that part of the hairstyle, or is that a head decoration? Honestly, not entirely sure if I ever noticed that. Without further ado then, I shall test your knowledge of the season. First question, what creature symbolizes the Starlight Celebration? What's this, a test? I actually don't know that. Yeti! Well, I guess a reindeer, if they ask like that. Well, technically, the only animal that's ever been associated with the Starlight Celebration in-game has been a bear, as far as I can recall. Well, let's go with reindeer anyways. An easy question, was it not? I apologize if I insulted your intelligence. Indeed, the answer is reindeer. From gifts to garb, starlight paraphernalia is often emblazoned with or designed in the image of these noble creatures. Again, I'm not entirely sure if that's ever been the case in 14. Obviously, it's supposed to be Christmas, but in-game? I guess there have been ornaments that utilized a reindeer as an animal? Ornament thing? Honestly, not sure about that. Now for my second question. When did the Starlight Celebration begin to make use of the symbolism? What? When Coca-Cola invented it? I don't know. When? You mean to say it was not always so? No, indeed. Any mention of reindeer is conspicuously absent from the tale which inspired the celebration. Thus did I take it upon myself to delve into the truth of the matter. Which is funny, because it's probably the same with the actual Christmas, right? Considering that it's based on an even older tradition from over 2,500 years ago or something. A lot of what we now know as Christmas traditions have only really been traditions for a comparatively short amount of time, I would say. I mean, maybe 400, maybe 200 years at most. It's not that long. So yeah, I would be pretty intrigued to know where reindeers and the fact that Santa drives a sleigh, where that came from. Maybe this professor can enlighten us. And after many a moon scouring literature, I discovered telling testimony in an ancient Ishgardian tome which spoke of reindeer that amused younglings with delightful illusions. It was this spectacular act that earned reindeer the Starlight celebrity, I posit. And in order to prove my theory, I've journeyed to Gridania, the Starlight celebration, with this trusty fellow Blitzen. You serious, mate? They actually named him Blitzen? Fuck, I can never get those together. Like all the reindeer names from Rudolph's tale. I wonder if he's later going to tell us that he's not actually called Blitzen. Oh, so Blitzen can use reindeer magics. What? Yes, Blitzen is of a rare lineage, one that weaves illusions as a defense against predators. We've been keeping him under our care in Labyrinthos while conducting research on his abilities. Have you now? There are magical reindeers in this world? Why has this never come up until this point? It's my belief that Blitzen can trace his ancestry back to the reindeer who delighted children with illusions in the Ishgardian tome. Although then again, if that's the case, that actually, makes a lot more sense for why something like that would be a tradition compared to our real world. But never mind that. And I intend to have him do the very same for the children of Eorzea, confirming history by recreating it, as it were. Shouldn't there be way more reindeer about, though? Can't be the only one. You see, no matter how much I urged him back in Charlian, Blitzen refused to produce child-pleasing illusions. But in Eorzea, where it all began with his noble ancestors, I dare to hope that he will be suitably inspired. Yeah, buddy, maybe you should have thought about why he did that in the first place, or what those illusions... Well, he did mention why they can create those illusions, right? So, yeah, whatever. I welcome anything that will bring cheer to our sweet children. My duties bind me here, but I believe our adventurer friend will prove a most capable assistant. Indeed, your cheery disposition tells me you are the perfect candidate for the task I have in store. Can I count on your cooperation? Sure. As always, at your service. Splendid. I thank you, as will posterity, I'm sure. Now then, your role is a simple yet crucial one. Round up the children who will witness Blitzen create his illusion. I shall be at Upkalu Falls making the necessary preparations. Good luck, and I will see you again anon. Wait, I thought the problem was that he didn't create the illusion, right? What if I round up the children and he's not actually doing it? He does seem to be just trotting along after him, though. Perhaps you can begin your search along the path from the markets to the Lancers Guild. I dare say a few younglings will be out gazing at the shops and decorations. Sounds like a good idea. As I mentioned, though, my knowledge about Rudolph's reindeers, or, well, I guess they aren't Rudolph's, but the reindeers in that story is not that great. I always forget the names of the reindeers. I know that Blitzen is one of them, but wouldn't be able to list them all off. Never mind, you know, their characteristics or attitudes towards Rudolph, or their role in the story, I guess. Bright-eyed boy. There's going to be illusions. That sounds like fun and all, but I promised my mom I'd help her put up decorations. Sorry. Wow, he's very diligent. All right. Maybe there's so much going on that Blitzen feels like he's not really needed. Or potentially feels uncomfortable for some reason. Anyway, let's see where this is going, because I don't really have a clue. I feel like... Oh, I was told to buy a Starlight cake and hurry home. Sorry. Yeah, seems to be something around... Maybe that people have too much to do, or they're too busy preparing, which is a very strange thing, to be quite honest, right? During Christmas, a lot of stuff always feels really, really busy. That being said, well, I personally always have tried to keep the busyness to a minimum on the actual Christmas day, right? So even if there was some stress, you know, finding presents or, you know, other things that might have taken some time, I always tried to be, well, not only tried, I actually do pretty much drop everything when it's actual Christmas and just don't really do anything and just enjoy the holidays, right? Which I think is how it should be. But I wonder if that's what they're going for here, that it'll end with, hey, you know, people are always so busy and they're not really taking their time to properly appreciate what the season's supposed to be about. Because there is no point in stressing over presents and decorations and baking and whatnot if you don't have time to appreciate what you've done in the end, right? I don't know if that's going to be what's happening here, though. Never noticed the stars in the river. That's a very, very awesome decoration. I wish they would do that here, actually. Looks very cool. Lively lad. There's a magical reindeer that can create illusions? Amazing! I've just finished my chores, so I'll head over at once. Well, there we go. I guess we got one. Oh, wait, am I north of... Yeah, I am. I do wish we would get more housing decorations a lot of the time. I don't know... Of course, a lot of the decorations have already been available in the past during some event, and then those will always go to the mock station. and cost money, unfortunately. But I still think that they're never really doing enough with the decorations, because sometimes we do get really, really cool stuff for either, you know, Halloween or Christmas or, well, any of the other events, right? They sometimes have really, really cool decorations, but I never feel like that it's actually enough to properly decorate your house like that. So, even though I have, I mean, as I said, this is my 6th Starlight Celebration in game, and even though I have all of the decorations from those events, I would still have trouble. I mean, I have a Christmas tree that I could put up in my house, but for Christmas it's kind of fine because I do have a fair amount of housing stuff. But for all the other events, it feels a bit, you know, there are a couple bits and pieces that I do have, but to properly decorate your house like you would maybe do in real life, it's very difficult. I don't know. Sometimes I do wish it wouldn't be as limited as it seems to be. Blitzen still not saying anything? ... Well then, let's see what's going on here. Maybe we can help the poor reindeer with whatever problem he seems to have. Ah, you are returned. I trust a gaggle of rosy-cheeked younglings will be arriving shortly. Nope. Only this one. This is precisely the problem with today's youth. No concept of scholarship or the virtues of academic inquiry. Right. That's why children want to do this. Although, funnily enough, he's kind of right. Because it is precisely why children enjoy this kind of stuff, right? Because it's something that they instinctively know has sort of a well, how can I put it? A more meaningful story behind it. Let's maybe put it that way, right? I mean, that's why, I don't know, fireworks are so amazing to children, is because they want to know how it works, right? They're fascinated by the fact that it exists, and how it exists. And so, even though the words he's using and the way he's putting it is a bit, well, purposefully you know, annoying or a bit over the top, he's still, the core of the message here is definitely correct. I suppose the single ragamuffin will suffice. Is he calling the child a ragamuffin? Never even heard of the word. For the purposes of proof, the number of children isn't consequential after all. You think so, huh? Blitzen, the season of lights is in full glow, and a child stands expectant before you. Hearken unto the spirit of your ancestors, and bring forth your delightful illusions. Yeah, I don't think this is how it works. I love how he's just standing there. Well, what's the matter, boy? Come now, Blitzen. Is this not the Starlight Celebration? And is that not a child, wide-eyed and innocent? I don't think it's that simple. Ah, that's just a normal reindeer. The baby Yeti from last year was much better. Oh well. Oh, right, I forgot about him. How could I forget about him? The baby Yeti. Oh, that was an awesome quest. He was very cute. Wasn't that even because there's that other quest in Labyrinthos, where you have the baby troll, whatever he is. Wasn't he part of that quest somehow? I remember the baby Yeti, though. Wait. Oh, he's running after him. I was going to say, where the hell is he going? Oh, wait! Don't leave, I beseech you! There are crucial discoveries to be made in the name of folklore, for which your assistance is paramount. Yeah, buddy, maybe you should think about why the children want to have this stuff in the first place instead of only thinking about your own research. Although I do wonder what Blitzen's problem is here. Maybe because he can sense that he's just in it for the research instead of... That did not go as I hoped. What am I to do now? Or maybe think about the actual problem? Isn't that what a scholar would do? Forgive me, but I need a moment to collect myself. Amidst the calm of the great lone growlery, perhaps. I shall return once my thoughts are clear. Maybe that gives us a chance to properly talk to Blitzen. Or not. Why is Blitzen? Oh, hello. Is that... I feel like I know those legs. Unfortunately. Yeah, I think I know who that is. Just trying to figure out what the problem is, because Blitzen is still going after him, right? It's not like he dislikes his company. You wait patiently, but Lawrenson does not return. Perhaps you should search for him. That wasn't really a long wait. What's up with the mysterious Santa-looking person that watched us? Shouldn't he be occupied with relics currently? What is he doing? Well, I guess he always has time for Starlight Celebration. He just takes the time that he needs, doesn't he? Or whatever he wants it to be. It's kind of funny because I do want to actually turn in the relic quest finally. It's been sitting in my quest log for far too long. Wait, where's the reindeer? Oh, it's you. It seems I've been here rather longer than I thought. My apologies. I have been pondering my dilemma, but I believe I have identified the root of the problem. The children of Gridania are insufficient for my purposes. Right. The original testimony was Ishgardian, after all, meaning that it is Ishgardian children I require. I was a fool to consider proving my theory anywhere else. A fool you are, but your logic's even more flawed than you think, buddy. You are familiar with Ishgard, are you not? Would you be willing to continue assisting me there? You seem to be one reindeer short of a sleigh. Let's just be honest. I don't think the children are what's insufficient. What do you mean? Apart from the testing site, what could possibly... Oh? But Blitzen? Where did you go? Blitzen! Blitzen! Jason! Jason! You didn't even realize? I guess Blitzen has the same problem or the same observation as I did, huh? I always enjoy how these event quests, or quests in general, sometimes take you to places that you've never really been to in a very, very long time. Because this is the Botany Guild. Is it called Botany Guild? Botanists Guild. I was gonna say. That's not the right wording. So it's been ages, obviously, since I did their first quests, right? And then especially the back part here, this is just not anywhere you usually go. But it does look very cute, right? These like small fields, the Christmas tree put up, and then the little snowman. It looks very beautiful. Does this person say something? No, just busy picking whatever they're doing. Where does this lead anyways? Oh, thief's gonna get his grubby bloody hands on our grain while I'm on watch. Nay, not so much as a single mangy squirrel. Wait, is this some sort of grain storage back here? What is this? Wait. No, pretty sure this is the lotus stand, right? Has that always been on the map? See, I've played this game for so long, and yet some of these details you never really look at because they're not that important for a lot of stuff. And then an event quest takes you back here, and honestly, I couldn't tell you if any other quest ever brought me back here. I mean, to the Ethernet charge, sure. But over the bridge? Back to this little place. I guess they have some sort of granary storage thing back here. I mean, it would make sense. Also brings up the question of where this river connects to. Because it does look like they're at least partially shipping some grain over the river, although I mean, it's not really that big, so you wouldn't be able to use bigger boats, but... That's why I love taking my time with these event quests, because you can get so much more out of them, right? It's not just the event, it's that they get you to all these different places. I can't find Blitzen anywhere. Where could he have gone? Back into the forest? I don't know. So absorbed was I in my thoughts. Must have left him somewhere. Gods know he can't bear being alone. Oh, he must be so frightened right now. Or can he not? How do you even know that? I must find him. I must find my dear boy. He's quite a bit more occupied with Blitzen than I thought. Because at first I looked like Blitzen was only here because he needed him for his experiments, if you will, but now it seems like he genuinely cares about the reindeer. There we go. Starlight Steed Horn. When blown, a screaming horn produces a heartwarming sound that calls your starlight steed to your side. The ghost of Starlight present. Well, let's see what's going on with the poor boy. Oh, Blitzen, where could he have gone? Lawrenson is in a state of distress. Try to soothe his nerves. Yeah, let's do that. /soothe. There, you won't have gone far. What am I doing? Blitzen needs me, and yet here I am, a blubbering mess. My apologies for subjecting you to such undignified behavior. Unforeseen circumstances have a tendency of rattling my nerves. But I'm well now, thanks to you. Yeah, those emotes always seem to help a bunch, I think. I shall go and search for Blitzen at once. May I count on your cooperation once more? Sure. My heartfelt thanks. For now, let us focus on our search within the city. If you could make inquiries in the direction of Miketo's amphitheater, I shall retrace our steps back to Apollo Falls. Quickly now. Alright. What the hell is a happy holiday maker? What is that name trying to suggest? He makes happy holidays? Is happy at holidays he makes? Or is on holiday and therefore happy? There are even more stars in the river here. Wait, is it the same river that I crossed earlier? I really never noticed those stars, but I guess they've always been here, right? The decorations are usually fairly similar. I mean, they do sometimes update them a little bit. A reindeer? Why, yes, I saw it go dashing through the snow towards Minketo's amphitheater. Dashing through the snow. Is that how it starts? God, you sing that stuff so many times. Alpha! What are you doing here? Are you always here? Aww. Is he always here when you come here? And he looks at the Christmas decorations? One second. I need to write that to my friend. Have I seen him last year too? That's very awesome. Man, I love this game for this, right? Oh, that's so cool. So beautiful. It's crazy to me how many of these little details they put into the quests. And even though I do take my time with them, even I have never really gotten, because there are sometimes they do these quests. I don't know if it was a New Year's quest. No, I think it was also Starlight Celebration, where they had letters that were written to you, and you could do the quest over and over again, and you could choose different letters, right? And there were like 12 different letters you could read through. And I think I only read like 6 or something. And they were actual letters that different people from the game, like different NPCs that you met across your journey and your adventure, wrote to you for Christmas. That was mind-blowing because, well, as I said, even if you do the quest and read through everything, you only get, I think it was 3 letters or something, and then you have to do it again to get the other ones. Yeah. Those details. I think this is also the biggest Christmas tree here in the city, I'm pretty sure. So I guess that's where they would go, right? Have you seen that little chocobo? I guess we're still inquiring about the reindeer. A reindeer, you say? As a matter of fact, one went trotting by the amphitheater and down the lane not long ago. Down the lane? What's it even supposed to mean? Hey, Anor, are you still missing the other brother? Yeah, she's still... She has... threesome withdrawal? What would you even call that? I mean, the other brother is still there, right? It's not like she's... whatever. It's a cute snowman. Frost Fanatic. What? These names, man. What the hell is a Frost Fanatic? A Snow Fanatic I would get. A Frost Fanatic? What? I mean, obviously it sounds better with the two Fs, right? With the alliteration, but still. Perfection. Absolute perfection. The very incarnation of crystalline beauty. Oh, were you speaking to me? Oh, I guess Frost Fanatic because he's into crystalline structures like snowflakes. Oh god. Wait, he or she? No, he. Reindeer? I can't say that I did, transfixed to this frozen masterpiece as I was. I vaguely recall having heard some clopping noises passing behind me, though. Must have been something of the sort. Yeah, sure, there's a fucking reindeer just walking through the city, and all you can see is a snow... I mean, it's a beautiful snowman, don't get me wrong, but... Oh, there he is. Finally. Oh, that's why a bunch of people were standing here. Yeah. The other day when the event started, I was in Gridania and there was, I don't know, 50 people standing on this very spot. Explains why. Hi. Are you willing to explain what's wrong with you? Oh, he's here too. I wanted to... whatever. Oh, adventurer, have you had any luck in locating... a Blitzen? Where have you been? I've been running myself ragged in search of you. Oh. How do reindeer sound? No idea, honestly. It's not like we have any here. By the way, isn't he quite small for a rain? I guess... No, wait, they aren't that big, right? Mooses are really big, and whatever. Blitzen, why do you bray so? Oh yeah, that's a shot. Fucking hell. Whew. Why, to summon me, of course. Ho ho ho. God, why? At least he's wearing something else and not entirely naked, I guess, if you try to look at the positives. They had to place the camera there, though, right? But I mean, if you're into men, then I guess it's a pretty cool shot. And you, God, I love his freaking outfit. He looks... How can he look even more ridiculous than usual in this? I mean, it's not like we've never seen... He's been in these quests a couple of times already, but... It just gets me every time. It just looks so ridiculous. Saint of Nemea. Sure. Yeah. That's what he is. I am the Saint of Nemea, and I have come at our antlered friend's behest to lead your misguided soul onto the soothing bosom of the Starlight Celebration. You know, I wanted to talk to you about my relic. Can we just do that on the... No? Oh, okay. I will ask you plainly, young scholar, do you understand why you were unable to coax forth the legendary twinkling of this reindeer's magics? Why does he even know about that? Isn't he usually in Thanalan? Does it even snow there? Has he seen a reindeer? So you do not know. Fortunately for you, naught escapes the Saint of Nemea's all-seeing eyes. Yeah, for some reason, nothing does. He truly is some sort of weird Santa figure, isn't he? He truly is the closest person that we have in the game that would be fit for a Santa role, and it's kind of ridiculous that he is, but yet at the same time, I don't know, it fits incredibly well, but then when you try and start thinking about it, it's also completely ridiculous. Guess that's a good summary for the game in general. You see too, do you not? The reason why our scholarly friend failed. You've lost sight of the spirit of the Starlight Celebration. Lost sight is good. I don't think he ever had the sight or knowledge to know what it was about, right? What? Of course I haven't lost sight. All know that the Starlight Celebration is held for the benefit of the children. So you finally understand. Indeed, the Starlight Celebration exists for the good children of the realm. This our antlered friend knows well. But you, my scholarly friend, you were so obsessed with your work that you could only see the children as a means to prove your theory. Is it any wonder then that Blitzen was not minded to oblige your demands? It is as you say, good saint. Respecting the customs one seeks to understand is basic folklorist fieldwork. I shame my profession in forgetting it. Wah, wah. Yeah, no idea how he sounds. My thanks for comforting me, friend, and my apologies for ignoring your feelings. Ho ho ho! Seems my job here is done. I leave this man and this reindeer in your capable hands, adventurer. Happy starlight to you all. To all, a good morning. Wait, what? It's not morning, though. Or is it in-game? It might be. Right. There isn't a moment to lose. Let us resume our research. Forgive me. Force of habit. Let us resume our celebration of this wondrous season by bringing joy and happiness to children. Tearful Todd? Ah, I want my mommy! What is going on now? A cry of distress comes from the other side of the Aetheryte Plaza. Come, my friends. Doesn't necessarily sound like anything that would be solved by a reindeer, though. If a child is looking for his mother. Oh, over there. I was slightly... That's a... I mean, sure. It's a cool Christmas outfit. Can definitely get behind that. What's going on, boy? Oh dear. Distraught as she... Oh, wait. It's not a boy. Todd? What is that short for? Tearful Todd? Distraught as she is, how are we to learn what ails her? Well, you could just listen to what she cried about. We need to settle her somehow. With sweets, perhaps? Or toys? Whoa. Or some sparkling magics. Ooh, how pretty. I mean, I know that this is kind of the only child model they have in the game, but I mean, they always look like they're about, you know, 10 or maybe even older. Which is a bit... Well, I mean, a 10-year-old can still cry if they've lost their parent, but... Pretty sure she could find her way home on her own. Oh well. Well done, Blitzen, well done. Now we may ask after the source of her woes. What? Greetings, little one. Tell me, what is it that troubles you? Well, me and Mommy were on our way to the markets, but suddenly she wasn't there and I got scared. I see. I expect that your mother is still nearby, in which case... we should find her. Oh my god. Well, this is not really what I expected, but alright. Is anyone missing a child? We have a lost child in search of her mother. I mean, to be fair, it's probably the most effective way of doing it. There she is. Oh, there you are, thank goodness. Mommy, you were there, then suddenly you were gone. I was so scared. Oh, I'm so sorry, sweetling. I'm here now. Thank you so much for looking after my daughter, sir. Thank you, sir. And you too, Mr. Reindeer. Those shiny presents were really pretty. To be entirely honest, why would these illusions be presents? I guess he literally has magic that would allow him to change it to whatever the kids want to see. Because otherwise, I mean, so they have to be proper illusionary magics then that can create any kind of illusion, more or less. Your hypothesis was correct, I see. I always struggle with saying that. Hypothesis. Hypothesis. Because I always want to say hypothesis, but it's hypothesis. Whatever. It sounds bad either way. What? Oh, right. I suppose Blitzen just proved my theory, didn't he? I was too concerned with helping the little one to notice. Well, I shan't complain. Seeing as we fulfilled our objective, shall we report back to Amgaranji? Amgaranji. Amgaranji? No idea how you pronounce that. Amgaranji, I guess. How else would you say it, huh? Well, let's return to her then. Wait, is this actually... I think there are two different outfits, aren't there? Should probably check the market board again for that. Because I feel like that looks different than the other one. That looks more like an actual winter coat, right? I mean, obviously still Christmas themed, but like an actual coat. It might be the one from the mock station though. Because the other one looks like this, which, yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of. There's actually quite a few people here. Yeah, that's definitely the coat. Is that... I have to double check the market board if that's available somehow. Might just be very expensive. Ah, welcome back everyone. How did you fare in the end? Very well, I'm pleased to say. We managed to reunite a lost child with her mother, and for a happy side benefit, succeeded in proving my theory. My, the three of you have been busy indeed. Thank you for your help, my adventurer. Allow me to offer my gratitude as well. Were it not for you, I would have remained blind to what's truly important. I still don't fully understand why Blitzen walked with him the entire time. Maybe he just didn't know where else to go, or I don't know. Saying thanks as well, are you? But it seems to me you played as important a role as any today, Blitzen. You are as dependable a little helper as I have ever known. It's curious, though. At first he seemed wholly unmotivated to act, but then showed the illusion of his own volition. What do you suppose inspired his change of heart? I believe the answer is concern. In the beginning, he could tell that I held none for the children and sought only academic satisfaction. Pure of heart as he is, how could Blitzen be moved to assist me? However, when he sensed that the concern I held for the crying child was genuine, he no longer felt resistance to using his powers. Yay! I helped the children Christmas, yeah. Always a good feeling, isn't it? Although I have to say, I thought it was about something else at first, with all the children being busy, but... yeah, these events are always great. It's interesting how they tend to try to remind us what these events truly are about, right? I mean, they always slip in some sort of, at least reference to not only what they're about, but even messages about, you know, be happy and try to enjoy them as much as possible. I thought that was always great. Was it the one Easter event where they... I think it was Easter, where they... well, didn't really mention, but in an offhanded way, mentioned COVID and the whole pandemic situation in the world. And I thought that was really sweet how they handled that and sort of reminded you, hey, by the way, you know, there's still a lot of good in the world and, you know, you can still be happy. It's really, really cool. And sometimes difficult to appreciate how well they do it. Oh, how long have you been playing? Because it must have been the 2020 Easter event, I'm pretty sure, when it all started up. And everybody was locked up at home. That's when they did that, I think. Yeah, they tend to be pretty great with that. Always enjoyed that. Blitzen sounds like quite the intuitive fellow. Oh, 6 months. Ah, then you were really, really new. Well, I hope you're enjoying it so far. Just started Stormblood. Man, what a great time. So you still have a lot to look forward to. Reindeer generally are. As herd animals, they are accustomed to sensing even the slightest shift in feeling or intent. Wonder if that's actually partly true. And this is but another theory, but I suspect that Blitzen's ancestors conjured their illusions in response to the feelings of love and kindness they sensed in the people around them. Such reindeer were far more plentiful back then. Some were even domesticated to pull sleighs. No doubt younglings had ample opportunity to witness the same spectacular illusions we now find so precious. I do wonder about that a little bit, because I'm pretty sure that we've never really had reindeers in the game. But then again, I mean, they might have not just not been shown to us so far. It is truly unfortunate that Blitzen's kin have so declined in number. But I will cherish their invaluable contribution to the Starlight celebration. Thank you for sharing this fascinating history with us. If I was able to impart even a modicum of the passion I feel towards my subject, I will count myself very blessed indeed. But that reminds me. There is one last task for which I would appreciate your assistance. To wit, sharing Blitzen's miraculous illusions and the joy they inspire with as many children as we can find. Speaking in the true spirit of Starlight, Lorenzen, I dare say you'll be a little helper yet. Wow. Still no idea what that's supposed to sound like. Alright, so there is another quest. I guess. Maybe? Or is it just going to give us a cutscene? Speak with Lorenzen to accompany him on a special Starlight Celebration mission. Who knows what familiar faces you might encounter. So they're doing that again. Oh, that's great. How awesome. Make it reindeer. It's a pretty cool achievement name. Okay, seriously though, who came up with the NPC names for this quest? So Lorenzen is now a reindeer wrangler, is he? Sure. Let's go with that. Whoa. It's a pretty awesome mount though. And I guess you can probably, yeah, you can conjure up the presents as well. It's pretty awesome. The reindeer Blitzen, visiting from Charlian, gifted you this riddable glamour as a show of gratitude for your kind aid. From the creature itself to the presents, all is recreated in such impressive detail that it could only be considered a Starlight miracle. I was gonna say how they were gonna explain that. So I would have guessed that maybe Blitzen would just come with us because we've helped him, but it's actually a recreation. All right, not the actual one. It's a Starlight miracle. Who the hell is... No, I don't even know how to say that. Nalipon... Pongkur? How do you pronounce CQU? Naliponchqua? I have no idea. Maybe that's another researcher in Labyrinthos? Oh, it's not a repeating quest, though? Okay. Let me just quickly check Sin Muffins. Yeah, that's the right outfit for that. Because I do think there is another thing we can buy, right? Oh, the illuminated tree. Well, perfect. Let's just buy, I don't know. Trees are always... Let's go with 6 or something. It's a bit unfortunate because you get very little storage for outdoor furnishings. So it's always annoying when they hang around in your inventory for too long. But then again, especially with trees, if you want to decorate your garden properly, you tend to want to have at least 3 or 4. So for my FC house, I'll probably use a couple. For my actual house, maybe not, because the FC house in Ishgard, I feel like it fits better there. The Ishgard house does have the trees with the snow on them, though. Oh well, I'll figure it out. Well then, let's see who we can meet. You will accompany us then, my thanks. Our task is simple. We shall take Blitzen on a tour of Gridania and delight the children we meet with his marvelous illusions. While little helpers will be distributing presents of a more tangible nature, I believe that Blitzen's glamour will perfectly set the tone for such gift-giving. Being a visitor to the city, however, I'm not certain where to seek out children. May I trust you to guide us to them? Marvelous. Without further ado then, where shall we head first? Let's maybe go to the markets. I mean, that's where we start our search in the quest. Where would you meet children typically? Probably at the markets, right? We don't really know that many children NPCs though. Maybe the actual NPCs will just appear. Well, whatever. We'll see. Very well. Let us go and spread some starlight cheer. Wow, reindeer are massive. Look at him, he's massive. Well, yeah, kind of. Go on, Blitzen. Show us your spectacular glamour. Are you even conscious of snowmen? Oh, that's so cool. Wow, that's incredible. Happy Starlight, my child. This little helper has arrived with a very special gift. There we go. So I guess different NPCs from around Gridania giving out gifts to the children, and that's how we meet them. That's pretty cool. Cookies, my favorite. Thank you, little helper. I'm gonna go and share them with my friends. What kind of cookies, though? I want to have cookies. Well, if it isn't you, lending your assistance to the Starlight Celebration, as always, because for some reason they're always short on staff. Well, I guess it happens. As you can see, the Carling Canopy is also participating in the festivities this year. You know what would be great, though? If now she would actually wear the outfit, if it were to go back to the Carling Canopy. That would be incredible, wouldn't it? Ah, well. Our establishment has adopted the Starlight Spirit, with a special children's menu in addition to festive decorations. 'Tis the season, after all. Now, while I would love to stay and chat, I must be off. These cookies won't deliver themselves. I look forward to seeing you again at the canopy. Well, I'm sure I'll be there like a million times, as I've been in the past, over the next 8,000 hours of playing this game. Well, that went splendidly, wouldn't you say? The little helpers appearing when they did only added to the children's enjoyment. And last but not least, Blitzen played his part to perfection. Gwa. We shall take a well-earned rest, but we would welcome your assistance again should you feel like going on another tour. You know what? Let's do one more. And, because I was planning on doing like a Christmas Final Fantasy session on the 25th as well. I'm gonna go through the rest of them on Sunday. That sounds like a good idea. I just need to... So we were at the markets. I wonder if there are... if the NPCs are limited to where you go, or if it's completely random who appears. Anyways, let's go to the Growlery once again. Wow, a real reindeer. I've only ever read about them before. Go on, Blitzen. Show us your spectacular glamour. Oh, amazing! Indeed. Much like the scent of freshly hewn cedar. Cedar? Cedar? Happy Starlight, youngling. We, the Saint Little Helpers, have come bearing gifts one can touch as well as see. We hope you like it. Where's she from again? Isn't she from the Botanists Guild? I remember their names, but not entirely where they're from. I think the other guy is from the... Well, one of the... He's from the woodworking carpenter guild, right? Yeah. Fufuka is from the... I think it's Botanists Guild. Or are they both from the carpenter? No. Can't remember. Hunks of wood? It is a lumber set, child, comprised of the finest selection of timber the forest has to share. You have a soft-grained maple, some supple ash, a stern oak. Cannot you hear the symphony? I don't want to be a downer, Beaton, but maybe not the best gift for children, you know? No, not really. Those are building blocks, my dear, made especially for you by the Carpenters Guild. Oh, I love blocks! Thank you, little helpers. Oh, he was gonna... Okay. He loves blocks, sure. Curious that he should appreciate blocks over fine cross-sections of lumber. Puzzling indeed. I guess, yeah. What else do you expect from the head of the Carpenter Guild, huh? You know, you could have maybe done some actual woodworking and produced some really cool, you know, toys for children that are made out of wood, but no, he just chose to give him 3 blocks of wood. Like, what? Alright, sure. Hey, what a pleasant surprise. As you can see, the Botanists and Carpenters Guilds are... Yeah, so she is from the Botanist Guild, I was correct on that. Are working together for this year's celebration with the Guild Masters volunteering to be little helpers. Our gifts are a joint effort. Beaton's people at the Carpenters Guild made some beautiful blocks out of the wood my botanists gathered while tending the forest. I hope these toys sow the seeds of inspiration within the hearts of our younglings, that they might grow up embracing nature. But enough of my vegetation metaphors, we have presents to distribute. I mean, I'm not saying that their idea isn't good, but I mean, you could have made a little bit more out of it than just blocks of wood. But oh well. I mean, then again, maybe it's a little bit like gifting Legos or something. Lego, sorry. Come, Timbermaster, more children await. He's lost deep in thought. Why did he appreciate blocks over wood? I don't get it. Indeed, and let us use that blocks jest from earlier. It seemed rather effective. Indeed it did. Wait, he's an Ellison too, though. His coat looks really, really cool. I have to go. Let me go back to the market real quick. I do want to see if that's available or if that's an outfit you have to buy on the mock station. But then again, I could check that as well, huh? Yeah, that's the same text as before. You know what? Maybe this is asking too much, but it would be incredible if every one of these individual encounters with NPCs that you know would yield different rewards, right? That would be incredible. But imagine if the blocks, for example, would now be a housing item that I could put up in my house, right? And then the cookies as well. Though I get why they're not doing it, because typically when they have these sections where they include NPCs that you've met over the course of your journey, a lot of the NPCs are dependent on how far you are in the game, right? So you would lock out people from interactions or things that you would get from later NPCs that they haven't met yet. So I get that they're doing it this way. But it would still be incredible if that was the case, to be honest. Man, this took a lot longer than I thought. Actually, you know what? I thought, all right, I'm going to go start the stream about 3 hours before our raid, and that's going to be fine. That's going to be enough time for me to do, you know, a couple of things, but nope, not at all. Well, I want to at least complete the Mandeville relic quest. That shouldn't be too long. It should technically only be a cutscene, I think. All right, let's see. So that would be a body piece, and it would probably be level 1, correct? I know that I've looked through these a couple of times from time to time. Yeah, this is the weird one. The one that everybody essentially has. But I just don't like the red on it. Just it looks kind of weird. Or just in general, not that great. Which one's this again? Don't even remember where that's from. Cape of Happiness? Sure. Well, that's certainly not it. Travel code, raincoat. I think this is the one that I'm currently wearing. Yes. I'm fairly certain that it's the Mock Station one. The other Christmas coat, unfortunately. Oh, wait. I mean, technically, you can always go with something like this as well. Doesn't necessarily look Christmassy, but if you dye it, I guess you can kind of pass it off as a Christmas sweater. Maybe. It's not this one, right? No. Though then again, this also looks somewhat Christmassy, doesn't it? If you were to get the beard, I mean, I don't like that it's not entirely red. But if you combine this with the beard, you could certainly make kind of an old school Santa outfit, maybe? How? Oh, God. Holy shit. Why is that so expensive? Oh, I guess because a bunch of people bought it for Christmas, probably. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, it's not that one either, right? No. I guess I'll have a quick look at the Mock Station items. I certainly won't buy anything, but I'm just interested in where it actually comes from. And now we're already getting into the level stuff. It's not here. Let's go back to where Mion said we would go anyways, and see if it is a mock Station code. Because I was always curious about that. There are quite a few, I think, Christmas outfits that I don't have. I don't know. I'm obviously not the biggest fan of the Mock Station in general. The worst part about it is, though, I think... Sure. I think that it's fine if they put, like, random stuff on it, right? And then maybe the Scion's outfits, for example. Those are fine to be on the Mock Station, I think. But I'm still not entirely sure how I feel about old seasonal event stuff being on the Mock Station. I don't know, because it's... Well, you can't really change whenever you started the game, right? It's not really in your... Like, with stuff that is just only available on the Mock Station and never anywhere else, it's just, you know, it's fine. It's a Mock Station item, whatever, who cares, right? But with all the event stuff, I feel like... It just leaves a bad taste behind, right? It's fully locked. Well, whatever. Let's see. The Starlight Celebration. Quiet attire. This one I have. That's from the time you had to sing. Yeah, there we go. That's the actual Christmas robe thingy. See, stuff like this is pretty sad that it's only available via the Mock Station. It's also probably pretty expensive. And this one at least also dies correctly, where it doesn't change the white stuff. Reindeer attire. Reindeer antler headband. Yeah, I've seen a couple people wear these as well. That looks cute too. I really, really like the headgear. Saints beard. Oh yeah, this is Mock Station as well, right? The only other beard that you get is from the dwarves, but I think then you always have a helmet on as well. Yeah, see, isn't this a bit... I don't know. I don't like that the stuff that literally makes you look like Santa is locked behind paying money for it. This stuff I'm fine with, right? But... I don't know. And that hat looks so ridiculous. The tights are really, really cute though. On female characters, that is. I mean, nothing against males wearing it, but yeah, ass tight. They're probably the best and cutest tights you can get in the game, I think. False mustache. That's a Starlight. Okay. Yeah, that's the basic. This one's still available because I think back then they didn't restrict the event items, so you could still get them or resell them rather. Reindeer suit and snowman. Yeah, this one as well. That's such a ridiculously cool outfit. I mean, obviously it looks completely over the top, right? But man, looking at this, it I don't know, just annoys me that these are Mock Station items. I wish they would bring them back at some point. I think, you know, it's fine if they're time limited or something because they are bound to the event. And if you want to get them outside of the event, then you have to pay money for it. That I could live with. Or, on the other hand, maybe they could also introduce some sort of additional... well then... I don't know. I just think that some of these should be available in-game as well. Or, alternatively, it would be cool if they sometimes made some additional... maybe upgraded versions of these, right? Just another snowman glamour, another Santa glamour. so that you would be able to get those. I don't know. With Christmas, it's bothering me the most because the coolest Christmas stuff is locked behind Mock Station. Whereas for the other events, I don't think that's actually true. For the other events, you can get a bunch of stuff in-game as well. Also, well, the biggest issue here is, as I said, they've never really done, in the last 6 years, they've only ever had one Glamour set on Christmas. All the other years it's been mounts, which I do appreciate as well. I mean, both the snowman as well as the present throwing bear and now the reindeer, they're pretty cool mounts, don't get me wrong, but yeah. Especially the rope. Let me see, how ridiculously expensive are these things? Let's see. Mock Station. Oh, the cute Yeti from last year, 350. What the fuck? Oh yeah, the housing or decoration item that I looked at earlier, that's actually available on the Mock Station as well, 350. That is so ridiculously expensive. Because, well, at least with the minions, you get one and then you have it, right? But with decorations, you would literally need, I don't know, 5, 10 of those if you have a big house. Yeah, no. Let's see, can I find those sets on the Mock Station? Where would they be? Or, you know, maybe at least discount them on Christmas, right? I mean, that would be fair if you at least got it a little bit cheaper on the actual holiday. Where is it even? Just scroll all the way down to get to it, it seems like. Oh, I guess all the event gear is at the end, maybe? Yeah, it might be. Well, to be fair, at least the event gear seems to be cheaper than... than the usual stuff, which is ridiculously expensive. Well, never mind. I take that back. They are discounted on Christmas. Huh. I honestly did not expect that. So it's $2.50. It seems like for the wait, where the I don't see the starlight rope though. I see the snowman, the reindeer attire, choir stuff. And then we got the Saint's beard and cap. All right, well, to be entirely fair here, 245 euros for one of these sets really isn't all that much. I mean, that is less than half of what I would pay for one, well, one meal at the Christmas market, right? One bratwurst or, well, whatever. It's quite a bit cheaper than that. So I guess in that regard, it's fine. It's still weird to me though. This starlight rope is not here. Or maybe I just don't see it. No, it should be here though. Maybe it's part of one of these sets? But it's... wait. They're sorted the same way, I think. Sweet Dream. Yeah, that's that one. But this one isn't here either. Maybe they're sorted differently? Or maybe they're not always available? I've got this one, but these two are here as well. Yeah, this one's here. For some reason, this one is missing. And this one is missing. Huh. Strange. Maybe it's part of one of these sets and it just doesn't show on the picture. Oh well. Not gonna buy it anyways, but sometimes it's interesting to look at this stuff. Alright. Anyways, though. One thing that I do appreciate is the added challenge of coming up with an outfit that fits the occasion without using the items from the mock station. With that being said, you know, €2.55 really, or 45 really isn't all that much. That's fine. That's honestly fine. Because I would have expected... I know that some of the other glamour sometimes costs like $13 or something, which is ridiculously expensive for, you know, one glamour set in-game. So, yeah. $2 or $2.50, I think that's an acceptable price. It's still, you know, for a digital item... I'm still, you know, a bit, I just don't like it very much. But yeah, it's definitely better than $13 or so. I can't comprehend how people are spending $13 on one outfit, right? That is something that doesn't compute for me. Somehow. That's just... I don't know. God, so much stuff to sell. Alright, well, at least that's the Starlight stuff done. Let me just very quickly check... Also, maybe redecorate real quick. I don't know. At least put up 2 of the trees. I think my neighbors have them. Yeah, they put 2 of the trees up as well. The problem is you only ever get 1, right? And I wish they would give us... Because they look really cool. But only having that one color? I don't know. I wish they would give us a couple more different colors, maybe. Do I still have slot? I can actually just put them up. So let's also put one sort of here. Does it fit? Yeah, sure. I do like them a lot, actually. They're really, really cool. The other one, well... I don't want it to be in the way of... You know what? Let's get rid of the cold bear tree. It doesn't look very Christmassy. Funny thing is it actually now looks as if I decorated that one. Yeah, that's fine. Let's just store the other ones here for now, because my other garden doesn't have any storage anymore. Yeah, it's fine. Looks fairly Christmassy. I don't know, that's the one thing that I'm a little bit on the fence about in terms of fish guarding and housing, is that, well, now with the snow in the housing area and everything, obviously this looks really, really good, right? I mean, maybe not the Namazu, but, you know, having the trees with the snow on them, and then these decorated ones, and it's actually snowing, and with how everything looks here, it fits the fits winter perfectly, right? During summer, though, this is a little bit problematic because the snow's still here. Like, it's still a very snowy, wintry kind of thing, and well, you know, putting up stuff for a beach party or something in your garden just doesn't really feel that right here. Difficult to say, but yeah. Well, anyways, the actual reason for why I came here was because I wanted to test the mount. Starlight Steed. It's honestly a really, really cool mount, especially with the animation and everything. Hey! Presents! Pretty awesome. The cool thing about this is that a reindeer, while obviously being, you know, Christmas themed, still fits whenever, right? I mean, this could also fit spring, it could fit autumn, because it's not specifically Christmas themed, except for this, obviously, but that is my one issue that I have with both. Well, with the snowman. The snowman is so specific for Christmas or winter in general that it's, well, it's a snowman, right? But that's my one issue that I have with the present snowing bear, because he's wearing a Christmas outfit, right? And so he also can only ever be used at Christmas specifically. But oh well, it is what it is. Right, well, anyways, let's forget about Christmas for a second and move to Ratzatan to finish the Mandewell quest. So my original plan was that I was going to do the Omicron quests as well, because I still have two rank ups or something to do that. But yeah, I don't think that will, you know what, let's use the Aetherite for that. I don't think that'll work. See a lot of people, but then again, I think, wait, do I have the right person targeted? Nope. I think these outfits do work quite a bit better with female characters. I don't know. I mean, obviously they look sexy, but something about them is well, nobody. I have yet to see somebody coming up with an actual Christmas-themed adventurer plate. Not that I've done one, but would be cool to see. Geralt, hey! I got the stuff you wanted. Well, don't just stand there with your thumb up your arse. Let's see the goods. There we go. Hey, these are proper Skyrocks, and no mistake. Godbird's not back yet, but I reckon we can get a head start on extracting that special oil of his. Yeah, he might not be back because he's currently occupied in Gridania playing Santa for the children. But knowing him, you know, he can very quickly come here as well. Well, that looks generic. Bugger. This might as well be cooking grease for all the conductivity it's got. Oh, cooking grease. I must have botched one of the steps. Which one? I'm pretty sure I followed the instructions to the damn letter. There was no fault in your process, Master Geralt. Oh, you changed quickly. Ah, and how do you explain this bottle of weak piss sitting on me anvil? It is yet to undergo the final treatment, an advanced oil pressing technique passed down through generations of Mandeville lubricant enthusiasts. Yeah, right. Oh man. I hate how this fits so perfectly well with what they've established for the Mandevilles already. Right? How the fuck can you read this and say, sure, that makes sense? This is so ridiculous. I mean, I love it, don't get me wrong, but it's the fact that this makes sense is so crazy to me. And it's like those first freaking Hildebrand. I don't even know if it's a Hildebrand quest specifically or another quest where you have to rub his back with some lubricant. And it's like that happens how many times? At least 3 times over the course of his quests, I think. Something like that. And then you've done the same thing to Godbird a couple of times too. Nah. I'll take more than some enthusiastic oil pressing to bring this liquid up to snuff. Yeah, don't underestimate Godbird. Oh, ye of little faith. Observe. Funny how this kind of fits with the Christmas theme. Or the fact that he played the Saint of Nemea. Right. I love it. The freaking face your character makes here. Oh boy. Here we go again. Agates, man, what in the hell are you stripping down to your small clothes for? Should have known you were just some degenerate fob. Yeah. I don't know if that is strictly speaking completely necessary for what he's attempting here, but Patience, Master Geralt. This is merely the prelude. Oh boy. And then he's even making some lubricant, right? This is... By the way, I was going to mention, why the hell is Geralt here again? If we literally have the best goldsmith in the world standing right in front of us? Guess he doesn't have time to craft the weapons in all their majesty. Behold the mighty squats of a Mandeville man. Good ass shot there. That should be enough to get the juices flowing. Now to demonstrate the aforementioned technique. Single drop of potently empowered Mandeville perspiration. With the music as well. What is happening? Oh, what is happening? You gods. It's full of stars. He's completely dazzled by it. Oh my god. But that don't change anything. You're still just an eccentric old bugger prancing about and sweating on things. I can't freaking believe that we just witnessed Godbird making Mandeville lubricant by dropping a bit of his sweat into oil. Like, who the fuck came up with this? It's just so over the top ridiculous. And I'm all here for it. I don't even want to know what the hell they're going to come up with for the following relic quests. I'm honestly a bit disappointed, but then again, we don't yet know how it's going to work. So what they did told us so far is that these relics are going to be a little bit more like the ones in the Realm Reborn and Heavensward, in that they won't be in like a separate zone for the most part, or won't be connected to a separate zone, but instead will just be, well, we're collecting something from probably old content or something, which is fine. But I hope that they still come up with, I don't know. I hope it's not just going to be, oh, hey, collect, I don't know, 50 items and you get those items from doing, I don't know, Labyrinth of the Ancients or something, right? I hope that they still come up with some sort of weirdly ridiculous, funny, I don't know, maybe even some sort of mini game in order to put whatever you're collecting into your weapon. Something like that, right? I hope there is like one funny, cool Manderville themed, Hildebrand themed layer on top of just collecting items. That would be incredible. But we'll see, I guess, at this point. Maybe we'll see more during the life ladder. Although there's probably going to be another one before patch, because the relics are going to continue in 6.35, I'm pretty sure. So I don't know how much about that they're specifically going to show during on Friday. I imagine they'll focus a bit more on what's going to come in 6.3, but we'll see, I guess. Maybe so, but look closer, Master Geralt. Oh wait, that's Godbird. Maybe so, but look closer, Master Geralt. Thus is the Axalamandeville made ready. He had to put his name on everything, didn't he? What you mean, ready? All you did was add your drippings. But bugger me. It ain't possible. Don't suppose you gotta explain this, are you? Oh my god! What the fuck? How the... This is just ridiculous. Now they're just using memes for this, right? One does not simply reveal the tricks of one's trade, especially long-guarded family traditions. As a fellow professional, I'm sure you understand. One does not simply walk into Mordor. Yeah. Now I want to have that meme with him on it. This is just... well, makes no difference to me. Wouldn't be caught dead doing them creepy poses. Yeah, please don't do that, Carol. It's enough if one person does it. Well, technically two, because Hildebrand constantly does it as well, but at least Hildebrand doesn't strip down every time he does it. Bracing banter aside, I do believe this puts us in possession of all the necessary components. 'Tis your time to shine, Master Geralt. Oh, I'll shine, alright. You're a cut above the average craftsman, I'll grant you that. You've still got a few rungs to climb. Best shield your eyes, gents, because my work is positively blinded. Oh, that actually looks pretty awesome as a first step. Success, just as I predicted. That right there is a collaborative masterpiece. The Manderville Index. Hey, that actually looks really awesome. I mean, it's a bit of a I mean, certain elements of it, I think, have been part of a couple of other book weapons that we've seen in the past, but it's a pretty cool first step. That I would live to see my ancestors' wondrous forge work recreated. You've made me a happy Mandeville man. That being said, the strange part about both the Stormblood and Shadowbringers relics was that the intermission steps looked way better than the end product, right? So one thing they've always done during all the relics so far is that they essentially give you a couple of different designs. You get the one at the very end, obviously, that is supposed to be like the big one, but then you also get intermediate ones, and there's usually one, at least one, sometimes even two, different versions in there as well, where they look completely different and even also have really, really cool sparkling effects and everything going on. So if you do the entire relic quest for any given job, you essentially always get at least two shining, sparkly weapons, right? That look completely different from one another. And, well, that was already true back in A Realm Reborn and Heavensward, but in both of those cases, the end product was very, very unique for every job, and they look absolutely incredible, right? I mean, the older relics are, especially the Heavensward ones, are insane in how cool they can look. They did dial that back for the Stormblood ones, but as I said, so the end product of the Stormblood ones looked fairly decent, I would say, but the effects weren't all that great. And the interesting part was that essentially all the last step on every job was fairly similar in terms of how in terms of the effects and everything, right? So they made them look similar, which isn't necessarily bad, but you know, they were supposed to be this one, I guess, brand of weapon. I don't know how to put it really, but yeah, they all looked somewhat similar. But the previous steps actually looked quite a bit cooler. So for example, on a summoner, the most awesome thing that I always wanted to have back in the day, I mean, now I did do it and I have it, the Heavensward relic for the summoner, is a book that creates these big purple wings, like Bahamut's wings, right, on the weapon itself, and it looks pretty awesome when you equip it. And then when Stormblood started, both the first and the sort of intermediate version of the Stormblood relic for the summoner also has big flaming Bahamut wings, and they look pretty awesome as well. The weapon itself, not necessarily though, so it's this bit of a weird thing where the weapon itself doesn't look that great, but the effect on it looks pretty awesome. But then the last step looks way less interesting for some reason. And in Shadowbringers, I felt like that was even, like the difference there was even bigger, because in Shadowbringers they essentially did the same thing, where the last version of the weapon for all the jobs had the exact same sort of effect pattern on it, which worked better for some weapons compared to others, but they all looked kinda disappointing in various ways. Some of them do look alright or kinda cool, but most of them were fairly disappointing. The weird thing though is that the intermediate steps of the Shadowbringers ones, they look really awesome. Their effects are still less cool and less interesting than the end step of the Heavensward ones. Like, they're still fairly far removed from those, but they still look really, really cool. They're not as, you know, sparkly and super exaggerated like the Heavensward ones, but the intermediate Shadowbringers ones are really, really cool for most jobs. And then the last step looks fairly disappointing. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is this first version might actually look a lot better than what we get at the very end. Though I do hope, especially considering that this time around they're Mandeville weapons, that they go like super crazy and all out, right? I mean, if there's a drop of sweat from Godbird in them, they have to be ridiculously amazing, right? Yeah, we'll see, I guess, but at least for the summon of this first version, looks pretty decent. I like it. Let's not break out the bubbly boost just yet, your lordship. We've got a ways to go before we can call our work finished. Master Geralt is quite right. I've neglected to properly explain that this is but the first stage of a much grander creation. The bare bones of the weaponry, if you will. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Aye, now begins the endless chore of refinement, which means I'll be stuck here for gods know how long. I'm loath to monopolize your time, my good blacksmith, but the manual is written in a most confounding cipher. I'm not even certain when I will finish decoding the next step in the process. Well, I have a feeling you'll be done by about 6.35. So I'm to sit idle then. At least I have a few bottles of quality liquor to keep me company. Unless I want relics for the other jobs. A regrettable yet unavoidable delay. Let us reconvene when the manual has given up its secrets, shall we? Meanwhile, I'll leave the weaponry in your battle-hardened hands. When next we meet, your report of its performance will be indispensable in guiding our improvements. And should you wish to experiment with a different variety of mandible weapon? Who the hell are you? Then this highly trained house mandible artisan is at your service. I've imparted to him the necessary techniques for facilitating this initial stage of crafting. He requires only a contribution of Manderia meteorite to forge a weapon of your choosing. Alright, I hate how this makes even more sense now. So, let me get this straight. The reason for why Godbird is constantly naked when he's creating something is because his sweat is magical. Apparently. Fucking hell. And that even explains why he's constantly doing squats and everything, because he has to in order to generate sweat. This is just ridiculous. It's... How the fuck were they able to make these ridiculous things that Godbird does actually make sense? I can't get over how that fits. Oh my god. Ah, well. Another near-naked bastard? What do your mandible folk have against trousers? Ho 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 ho. That's all he has to say to that. Well, as I said, it makes sense if he literally uses his sweat for crafting, but oh my god. You know what? I don't even want to know. Just leave the smithing to me. When I do a job, I do it right. Also, by the way, Geralt, I mean, you're not wearing anything either. It's not your pants, but, you know. Very well, then I shall return anon. I'm most eager to see the next stage of our masterpiece take shape. Cool. Repeatable quest, yeah. I guess I eventually want to have everything here, but... Oh, these are 2 achievements. Yeah, you get one for the quest and another one for the weapon itself, I guess. Why do they even give you achievements for the first stage? Huh. Oh well. So whenever I get 1,500 of these, I can just get another weapon. That's fair. Mandible Index. I mean, yeah, I do like it. I'm not the biggest fan of the color scheme on the book itself, like the white orangey bits. Although you can dye them. It does look dyed. Yeah. So you can dye those. It only changes the color of the book itself. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I hope this one gets the cool wing effect that they usually have for summoners. Because if it does, that would be really, really awesome. Also, like, the ornaments... Yeah. The ornaments on the book itself are pretty awesome as well. That's a dragon, right? Yeah. I do very much like it, I have to admit. Only problem is I don't have inventory space for it anymore. Still so much stuff floating around here. I need to get rid of these three. These are all the Shadowbringers relics I still haven't finished. Oh my god, that's so much. Technically, I could throw these away. Do we still need... So these are for the item level... What is it? 600 weapons? Wait, is it 600? What are we currently at? 630, right? Yeah. Don't necessarily think I need this anymore. You know what? I'm gonna put it into my... Wait, what item level is it anyways? 615. Alright. Let's just put it into the armory for now. At least the summoner one. I mean, that's the one that I definitely... that I'm definitely gonna finish. How many others I do depends on how difficult the steps are going to be. If they're going to be like Shadowbringers, then I'll probably finish a bunch. I finished about... How many Shadowbringer ones did I finish? I think I've like 4 or 5 that are finished, but I have the materials to finish about, I think, 6 or 7 other ones. Just missing a bunch of stuff to finish all of them. Mainly missing these, because I didn't want to do the Librum Reginae anymore. But I'm also missing like 100 of these, so I would essentially get, or need 100 more raw emotions, or 90 or something, 100 more of these, and 150 more of these. Which is not necessarily super difficult to get, but it does take some time. Well then, I was at least able to do this. Raid time is approaching. Maybe after raid I'll do the Omicron quest. I don't know. I don't want to get up too late. It depends how long raid's gonna go. If we'll finish a little bit early today as well, then I think I might do the Omicron stuff too. What is this? Oh, gorgeous. Alright, let's join, not join. Yeah, join, but also switch back to the actual raid gear, put my winter glam back on. Join the party finder real quick. Save Santa Claus from Exoflares. Yeah, that sounds about right for DSR. Ooh. Is there a cool spot here in Ratzatan where you can take a break? I mean, there is the restaurant. But I mean, mostly in terms of what looks the best. Although technically this looks pretty awesome, doesn't it? If you look up a bit. Midgard Sommer. Are you serious? It's literally floating right or left? Let's put it like this. Alright, I'm gonna take a short break, about 10 minutes, and when I'll be back, we'll do some more Dragonsong's Reprise, and hopefully get At least 2 totems would be great. And we can also check out what kind of glam the others decided on. Anyways, be right back. Alrighty. Need a small snack as well. Ready for raid. Or raid ready. That actually sounds better, doesn't it? And everybody's already here. Holy shit. Wow, that was quick. Double check. I don't overlook any sort of message. Hey, I actually wrote a bunch of stuff in chat. Nothing too important, it seems. Do I want to stay here? Because usually I'm hanging around my house. Oh, I guess it's fine to be here. I'll eventually have to exchange the other totems, by the way. What kind of group is this? Huh. They all look like scholars for some reason. Wait, I always run 1 too far for some reason. So I've already gotten all the caster Dragonsong weapons. And currently I have 4 more totems, which will hopefully will increase tonight to 10 at least. That would be cool. Don't know what I would like to get though. I don't even know if my warrior has... Well, I think I have the T weapon for warrior, which also looks pretty cool. I kind of want to like to have the Dark Knight one, to be honest. I think the theme with the red and dark pieces on it actually fits better than the T weapon. Though I like the Dark Knight T weapon a whole lot too, but I think this fits better, to be completely honest. I think I'm gonna equip that from now on. Paladin one isn't bad either. Although I don't really like the form of the shield, to be honest. And the Gunbreaker one, well, most Gunbreaker weapons are cool, to be honest. I have the T1 as well. This one, not really a fan of. I don't know. Mostly not a fan of the basic shape of the weapon. I mean, it looks pretty cool. I think like the basic colors of the Dragonsong weapons are pretty awesome, with the like this black half moon looking thing in the middle and then the ruby everything in there. But as a Dragoon weapon, I'm not the biggest fan. This one I'm definitely gonna get just because it's the only ultimate weapon currently for Reaper. Not the biggest fan of the blade and the way it extends, but overall looks fairly awesome. Monk, I don't think my Monk has gotten a single ultimate weapon yet. I never play Monk, and I don't think I will ever play Monk besides leveling it, so yeah, it doesn't look too bad, honestly. Not the worst, but not necessarily what I want to have. The Samurai one would be fairly awesome as well. But then again, Samurai swords always look awesome, too. This one... yeah, no. don't really like that much. I think the blades are too thick for ninja blades. Though, well, I very rarely play bard. This looks a bit generic, honestly. There are a lot of bard bows that have a somewhat similar glow, honestly. Obviously, they don't have the big clock-looking thing on it, but the glow in and of itself, I'm not the biggest fan of. This one I like. I might get this one. I'm never playing Machinist either, but my Machinist doesn't have an ultimate weapon currently either, I think. I'm fairly certain I never got a Machinist weapon, and this one looks pretty awesome. I mean, the color scheme on these is fairly awesome. I don't know why a lot of people dislike them. I can definitely get behind the idea that the effects on them are a little bit over the top. But aside from that, I personally like them a lot. Dancer one, yeah, no. I have the T one. That's one of those weapons I would only ever get if we actually do get all the totems, which I'm not entirely certain at this point that's going to happen. Might want to get the White Mage one though. I have the Ultima weapon one for White Mage, but technically the color on the Ultima weapon one, oh, this one I'm definitely gonna get, I think, even though I have this the T-Scholar book. This one's alright. I mean, there are a lot of really cool astral weapons out there. It's a bit dark, I think, when it's not drawn. Yeah. It looks almost as if it's missing some textures or something. And this one I'm obviously going to get because it's the only ultimate one for Sage. And it doesn't look bad. Although I wish the individual pieces would be a bit bigger. I don't know, when they're not drawn, it looks a bit silly, I think. But yeah, anyways, we'll see. As I said, from these totems, I'm definitely going to get the Sage and Reaper one, which leaves me with 3. I'm probably going to get the Dark Knight one just because I think out of all the ones that I just looked at, the Dark Knight's one is probably the best. Anyways, let's go into focus mode and join the others on Discord. I mean, I would watch a Grinch movie with her in it.
This ends here. And now the final cut.
Works. I was wondering, I didn't know that it's from the mock station. Isn't there a somewhat similar outfit? No, it looks fairly different, right? But it's the same theme. Yeah, I think they have the same, what do you even call that? Like, they have the same style, but they look different, right? Yeah, right. Yeah. Right. Right.
ends here. And now the final cut.
owning it.
This ends here. And now the final cut. My reign begins.
we hold 2 minutes.
bury you with your This ends here. And now the final cut.
fine, it's fine. We need 2 minutes. was more, I think. It looked like 1.5%. Alright, we're gonna take a quick break after the kill and be right back. Alrighty, we're back with the next totem tonight. Just gonna quickly look at what we just did during the kill log. Don't think it was particularly good, but
I'll cut you to pieces! This ends here. And now the final cut.
Only left.
Time This ends here. And now the final cut.
Both. I'll go first. I'll go first. I'll go in first. We had two weaknesses going in for 20 seconds. Right, we're going to take a very quick break. very sorry. I don't know what sounds those are. Well, I do know lava sounds.
This ends here. And now the final cut.
I don't have you. I have Swift. That's like Crota, where you just pulled your network cable and the boss didn't do anything anymore. That was actually... Destiny had so many janky shit. That was incredible. True.
I'll cut you to pieces! Down with you!
I was gonna say I'm 188 and even I sometimes run into like there's like doorways and stuff that I run into in some of the parking lots here, or the heights are very.
Get on with you! This ends here. And now the final cut. final cut!
Left. And this time I wanted to adjust because I saw Connor move over right away. I should be in the middle there. We're double adjusting. Yeah, we're always seeing each other like very, very late. Is the word gay still allowed on Twitter? Ranged. Only right. changed.
I will come.
Sorry, that was my bad. For some reason, the controller disconnected. I don't even know how that happened. That was strange. right? Kind of funny how with Square it happens because they're testing too much still in comparison. I've never even noticed that before. Sounds good. Merry Christmas and good night. Good night. Oh well. Didn't manage to get the third one. There were a couple weird ones. So we never had that issue before, but for some reason it cropped up today where we well, we had the problem of not properly adjusting and then over adjusting for the tethers in P6. I don't know why that happened twice. I'm really not sure what happened there. It was very unfortunate. And then for some reason, my second controller just turned off. I probably should have just left it off for a couple of seconds, but yeah, that was really annoying. I don't know why that happened, because I'm fairly certain that I've turned off that controller's turn off. I don't think that setting's on, unless it's individual for every controller, but then again, I mean, I haven't had this cable that I'm currently using for too long, which is, like, it's the Elgato one that allows you to charge your controller while also using it as an audio source, because otherwise you have that humming noise in the background, right? And if you have a cable with the, what is it called, ground loop or something, then, you know, it can cut out that noise, and you can charge it while using it as an audio source. I'm fairly certain that I've streamed longer than this with it on, though. I mean, yeah, I must have, right? A couple Demon's Souls streams were definitely longer. Or the last one, for example, was longer. So I have no idea why the controller suddenly decided to turn off. That was very, very strange. Oh boy, that was a little bit unfortunate. I always feel bad when I'm sort of involved in, you know, mistakes and whatnot. We're on... the problem is we're on a very weird trajectory, because now, except for like 2 evening, we only got 1 totem during, I think, our first reclear evening, and then we had an evening where we didn't get it clear at all. But except for that, I think we always got 2. And it would be very, very weird, since we do have 4 evenings left until 6.3, most likely. So it would be very strange if we got 2 totems each, because then we would be missing 1. I mean, to be completely honest, I wouldn't really care if one of my jobs didn't have a Dragonsong weapon. I don't think I would even remember that after a while. But yeah, it would be kind of funny if that happened. It's not super late now, but I do think I'm gonna call it here. At least I got the event done before our raid, and the Mandeville weapon quest. I think... Well, so, on Sunday is going to be the next stream. Obviously with Christmas going on and stuff, I wasn't really gonna be able to do too much this week. I would have liked to, but didn't turn out that way. And since usually on Sunday we would have done Ultimate as well, and there are still a couple of things in 14 that I wanna do. And obviously, since it's first day of Christmas, I will still be doing some family stuff during the day, and then during the evening, around the same time as today, I'll start streaming, and we're gonna do a chill one. I do want to get through the... Well, I finally want to progress the Omicron B-Stripe quests, and then I think I'm actually going to do the job quests of both Sage and Reaper, because they're both over 80 now. The funny thing is, those are the only jobs that I'm missing. The reason for... Like, usually I level jobs faster than this in the past. But I actually kept them sort of under-leveled on purpose, because I wanted to motivate myself to both level trusts and also, what is it called? Trusts, and I wanted to do a bit of posture still, because
the Shadowbringers relics are linked to that, and I still need more of those items. So I thought that, oh, you know, it would be a great opportunity, especially for Reaper and Sage, to go into Bostia with. But I never really did that. I did it a couple of times, but it was not that fun. There are not that many people left, and I think if you're trying to do both things at the same time, it just ends up not really being fun because you feel like you're progressing. You're really not progressing either. It's definitely one of those weirder things. Usually you want to progress, or usually it feels great if you can progress like 2 or 3 things at a time. For example, with the Moogle tombstones, it's cool that you can do like a main scenario roulette and you'll get a bunch of experience, but also the Moogle stones. But that's how the event is specifically designed. But I found that doing Bostia with, you know, Reaper and trying to level it while also trying to do Castrum and stuff to get the relic items, that didn't really work all that well. Or rather, it worked, but it wasn't super fun. And yeah, I don't know. I didn't really enjoy it. But that's the reason why they're still a little bit low. Anyways, I'm gonna level them eventually, and until then, I can at least do both the Sage and the Reaper quests. I actually need to look at the earlier quests again, because I think I've done the first Reaper quest. I mean, I had to unlock it, obviously, right? So I did the first one on Reaper, and then I think on Sage, I did the first and second one or something. So I'll definitely have to check my journal and read through the quest text again to get up to speed. I roughly know what they're about, but I mean, that would be... I thought that would be cool for Sunday. And then next week, I think I'm going to take... not the... I already took a bit of a break from both Divinity and Demon's Souls. I didn't stream them as much as I wanted to. But that being said, I also want to stream Stray next week. I really wanted to do something special sort of over Christmas, and I think that's just a really cool game to do that with. And then we're going to return to Demon's Souls and Divinity Original Sin. I promise I'll have I have more time next week. But yeah, that's going to be the next one. Christmas, another Christmas edition of Final Fantasy, that time without DSR though. Which means, all I've left to say is, I hope you have a great rest of your evening, morning, day, or night, wherever you are. And I also obviously wish you a very happy, Merry Christmas, or any of the other holidays that people might want to celebrate. And hopefully I'll see you next on Sunday for some more Final Fantasy XIV, some questing and some chill stuff outside of Ultimate for a change. Until then, have a good one. Bye-bye.